Make the
Yes, sir.
introduction, then we can get started.
Yes, sir.
Shalom again, Israel. Today's presentation is a question being asked to Israel and the world. And that question that is being asked in our presentation today is, what is wisdom and understanding? And of course, we are asking this question by way of our Holy Scriptures. So according to our Holy Scriptures, what is wisdom and understanding? And we're going to show forth what is wisdom and understanding. I had posted this question today, and I have received several answers, and all of them was good answers, except one. I think somebody said it means curse, but we are going to be amazed once we really realize what wisdom and understanding is in our Holy Scriptures. And I was really disappointed to see the answers from those that say that they are under the covenant of the law. They were farther away from the truth than everybody else's. And if you say you are under the covenant of the law and been keeping the law for 20 and 30 years, you should easily be able to tell the world what is wisdom and understanding. But I see that they were not, so we're going to teach it today and let everyone know what is wisdom and understanding according to our Holy Scriptures. We have our brother Yamin Israel that's going to read Psalms 5 and Psalms 9 for us all, and then we're going to jump straight into this great presentation, which is titled, What is Wisdom and Understanding? You got the floor, my brother. Yamin Israel.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 5, please. That's Psalms 5. If everyone is there, it reads, Give ear to my words, O Yahweh. Consider my meditation. Hearken unto the voice of my cry, my King and my Elohim, for unto thee will I pray. My voice shalt thou hear in the morning, O Yahweh. In the morning will I direct my prayer unto thee, and will look up. For thou art not a Elohim that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. Thou shalt destroy them that speak leasing. Yahweh will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. But as for me, I will come into thy house in the multitude of thy mercy, and in thy fear will I worship toward thy holy temple. Lead me, O Yahweh, in thy righteousness because of my enemies. Make thy way straight before my face. For there is no faithfulness in their mouth. Their inward part is very wickedness. Their throat is as an open sepulchre. They flatter with their tongue. Destroy thou them, O Elohim. Let them fall by their own counsels. Cast them out in the multitude of their transgression, for they have rebelled against thee. But let all those that put their trust in thee rejoice. Let them ever shout for joy, because thou defendest them. Let them also that love thy name be joyful in thee. For thou, Yahweh, will bless the righteous. With favor, wilt thou compass him as with a shield. Hallelujah! I would love everyone, as my brother stated, to turn to Psalms 9, please. That's Psalms 9. If everyone is there, it reads, I will praise thee, O Yahweh, with my whole heart. I will shew forth all thy marvelous works. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing praise to thy name, O thou most high. When my enemies are turned back, they shall fall and perish at thy presence. For thou hast maintained my right and my cause. Thou sattest in the throne judging right. Thou hast rebuked the heathen. Thou hast destroyed the wicked. Thou hast put out their name forever and ever. O thou enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them. But Yahweh shall endure forever. He hath prepared his throne for judgment. He shall judge the world in righteousness. He shall minister judgment to the people in uprightness. Yahweh also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee. For thou, Yahweh, hast not forsaken them that seek thee. Sing praises to Yahweh, which dwelleth in Zion. Declare among the people his doings. When he maketh inquisition for blood, he remembereth them. He forgetteth not the cry of the humble. Have mercy upon me, O Yahweh. Consider my trouble, which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may shew forth all thy praise in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. Yahweh is known by the judgment which he executed. The wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Higayon, Selah. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forgot Elohim. For the needy shall not always be forgotten. The expectation of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Yahweh, let not man prevail. Let the heathen be judged in thy sight. Put them in fear, O Yahweh, that the nations may know themselves to be but men. Selah. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Thank you, Brother Yamin, for the beautiful Psalms that we have read today, that you have read today for us all. And the last verse of the 9th chapter of Psalms says again, put them in fear, Yahweh, that the nations may know themselves to be but men. And Yahweh says something to men that was very profound. And what he said to man is what we are going to reveal today with this presentation called What is Wisdom and Understanding? Because Yahweh revealed what is wisdom and understanding to man. And one of the things that we find that was revealed to man, once we get to that particular chapter and verse, but one of the things that we found that was revealed to man was fear. The Almighty wanted man from the beginning to fear him. And we're going to understand why this day. Again, this presentation is called What is Wisdom and Understanding? The Almighty have allowed us to rise this day to glorify his name and his word once again. And I will go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. This is another presentation dealing with fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We try to teach that lesson as much as possible. As I have stated over and over again, there's nothing more wise than telling your brother and sister to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. That is one of the wisest things, if it's not the wisest thing, that you can ever tell a man. And I didn't just say Israel. I said a man that is walking upon the earth with the gift of life in him. The wisest thing you can tell that man is to fear the one that have given you that breath of life and to depart from evil. So we thank the Almighty for rising us up this day and allowing us, giving us the privilege, the honor to praise him in his name in this fashion. And I would like to start this praise by us all turning to the book of wisdom to warn us once again to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. And hopefully these words of wisdom will allow you to open up your ears that ye may hear. It tells us in Proverbs, the first chapter, if we all turn there, please. And at this time, I would like to give thanks and praise to the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah, and ask the listening audience to get themselves in Holy Scripture, a pen and a piece of paper, that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we will use and prove this day. It tells us, Israel, in the book of Proverbs, the very first chapter, and it reads and is wise. The Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instructions of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall obtain to wise counsels. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother, for they shall be ornaments of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thy not. If they say, come with us, and let us wait for blood, let us lark privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse. The response of the father is, my son, walk not thy in the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lark privately for their own lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain, which take away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without. She utters her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she utters her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorner delight in their scorning. And fools hate, it says, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known, please take note, how wisdom and understanding is made known unto man. It is made known unto man by the breath of life. It reads, turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit into you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand with these words, and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. You refuse to be corrected. I also will laugh at your calamities. I will mock when your fear comes. When your fear comes as desolation, and your destruction comes as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you, then shall ye call upon me. But I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge and did not choose, please take note, the fear of Yahweh. They were none of my counsel. You can't be part of his counsel and don't fear him. It reads, they were none of my counsel. They despised all of my reproof or correction. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. And that's why many people couldn't answer this simple question. What is wisdom and understanding? For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whosoever hearkens unto me shall dwell safely and shall be quiet from fear of evil. You ain't going to be running around worried about if you're going to lose your job. You're not going to be running around worried or not if you're going to get stuck with the needle or if the COVID going to affect you, because the Almighty watch over whom he want to watch over. Yahweh said, I am merciful to whom I want to be merciful to. So because you see 1,000 dying at your right hand and another 10,000 dying at your left hand, that does not mean it will come night into thee. As we just read in the 33rd verse, but whoso hearkens unto me shall dwell safely and shall be quiet, not running around here worried, bringing up all this information and all this, because that denotes being worried. That denotes that your trust is really not in Yahweh. The scripture tells us that there will always be rumors of war. So we're going to always have rumors. We're going to always hear what is affecting your enemy. And the Almighty said, when you do hear these things, when you find yourself in the predicament that you find yourself in today, he said, you better get on your knees and pray for the peace of that city. For in the peace thereof ye shall receive peace. So one that trusts and fear and has faith in Yahweh is not a worrier. That is not a person walking around every day worrying, because their faith is in their Creator. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 2nd chapter of Proverbs, let's continue to install this fear of Yahweh into our brothers and sisters. That way they will have a greater understanding of the rest of the chapters and verses that we will present in this presentation. Thus, it tells us in Proverbs, the 2nd chapter, the first 10 verses, and they read in this wise. My son, Proverbs 2:1. My son, if thou will receive my words and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thy ear into wisdom, and apply thy heart to understanding. Yea, if thou criest after knowledge, and we've just read in the first chapter of Proverbs, the 7th verse, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. So the 3rd verse reads again, yea, if thou criest after knowledge. If you crying after knowledge, you must be crying after the fear of Yahweh. You must be installing fear in you by way of integrity to actually be seeking or to be actually crying after knowledge. And liftest up thy voice to understanding. If thou seekest her as silver, and search for her as for hidden treasures, then shall thou understand the fear of Yahweh, as we are going to do this day, and find the knowledge of Elohim. For Yahweh gives wisdom, Israel. Out of his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. And the words that have came out of his mouth that denotes wisdom and that denotes knowledge and understanding is nothing other than all that he has said. All that he has said denotes what came out of the mouth of Yahweh that denotes wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. The 7th verse reads, he lays up sound wisdom. There's degrees of wisdom. There's actually lanes that one should be in to be a recipient of sound wisdom. And I love to use the example of Israel being on Mount Sinai. Well, when Yahweh, should I have said, was on Mount Sinai, and the people was before him, the scripture says that there was a great noise and thunder and lightning, and the trumpets was blowing. And then they heard the voice of Yahweh. And mind you, all the people is standing before Yahweh that day. And they all heard every word that came out of the mouth of our Creator. But the scriptures reads that there were 2 men in a different lane. There was 2 men that had a different spirit upon them. And that different spirit denoted a sound wisdom. And mind you, out of all the men that heard the same words that Joshua and Caleb heard, all those men had a different spirit. And one might say, well, how can you prove that, brother? The best proof is in the pudding. And in the story, it tells us all of those men died in the wilderness, except Joshua and Caleb, because they had another spirit upon them. So there is lanes to this. There is sound wisdom to this. There's wisdom and there's sound wisdom, as we are reading. Well, today we are searching for that sound wisdom. We want to know more than what everybody else have heard. We want to understand and fear more than what everybody else understand and fear. That way we can be like Caleb and Joshua. Thus it tells us again in the 7th verse, he lays up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is, Israel, a butler to them that walk uprightly. He keeps the paths of judgment and preserve the way of his saints. Then shall thou understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. There is a path, there is a lane of righteousness. When wisdom enter into thy heart, and knowledge is pleasant into thy soul. It also tells us, if we take a quick look at the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, and pick up at the 3rd verse, and let's read to the 7th verse. And it tells Israel, Let not mercy, and please take note of the terminology that is being used. Let not mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck. Write them upon the table of thy heart. Why? So shall thou find favor and good understanding. There's understanding, but there's also good understanding, or it denotes good success in your understanding. So shall thou find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahweh, Israel, with all thy heart, and lean not into thy own understanding, for it is not true understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he alone shall direct thy path. The last verse I will read is the 7th verse, and it reads, Be not wise in thy own eyes, fear Yahweh, and what? Depart from evil. Let us continue in the book of wisdom, but we're going to go ahead and start the presentation. But I would like to start the presentation from Proverbs, the 8th chapter. This is our introduction chapter and verses to what is wisdom and understanding. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs, the 8th chapter. And we'll start reading from the very first verse. Proverbs, the 8th chapter. And it reads, Does not wisdom cry? That's a question. Does not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice? She stands in the top of high places, by the way, in the places of the paths. She cries at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the doors. And to you it reads, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. O ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart. Hear, for I will speak of excellent things. The thing that we're going to talk about today is known as excellent. And the opening of my lips shall be right things. For my mouth shall speak truth. And wickedness is, Israel, an abomination to my lips. All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing forward or perverse in them. They are all plain to him that understand, and right to them that find knowledge. Please let me read that one more time. It told us, we that have eyes and can see, dealing with wisdom and understanding, it tells us again in the 9th verse, they are all plain to him that understand. So when we bring these words forth Those that truly understand these lessons and presentations are plain. And the only reason they are plain because you have become a recipient of understanding. And right to them that find knowledge. And the only reason why you will accept all of these words to be right is because you fear Yahweh. For again, it told us the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge. So the only reason why they are right in your eyes today is because you fear him. If you don't fear him, you're going to find many words in this book that is not right with your spirit because you don't fear it. It tells us in the 10th verse, receive my instruction and not silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold. And that's one of the reasons why many of us don't have knowledge, and nor do we receive the instructions, because we are chasing silver and gold. Even in these congregations, righteousness and knowledge is not truly, and instructions are not truly given. They are greedy of gain, as it read in the first chapter of Proverbs. The 11th verse says, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all, not some of the things, but all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to wisdom. It reads in your book, compared to it. Our wisdom dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge of the witty inventions. That's how we are able to reprove our brothers every time they come out with one of their inventions. We are able to reprove them by taking heed of instructions and knowledge. The 12th verse, our wisdom dwell with prudence, and find out knowledge of the witty inventions. The fear of Yahweh, please take note, is to hate evil, pride, and arrogancy, and the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate. Counsel is mine, and sound wisdom, as we read in the 2nd chapter of Proverbs. It tells us again in the 14th verse, counsel is mine, and sound wisdom I am. Understanding, I have strength. By me kings reign, and princes decree justice. By the Creator. By me princes rule, and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. Riches and honor are with me, yea, durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold, yea, than fine gold, and my revenue than choice silver. I lead in the way of righteousness, in the midst of the paths of judgment, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. Yahweh possessed me in the beginning, and this me is none other than wisdom. It reads, Yahweh possessed me in the beginning, in his way, before his works of old. And I wonder, could this be the entity that Yahweh was speaking to when he said, let us make man? For it reads again in the 22nd verse, Yahweh possessed me. So here go a me with Yahweh in the beginning of his, look, not their way, but his way, singular, before his works of old. And the works of old was definitely creating man. It tells us in the 23rd verse, I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. When there was no depths, I was brought forth. When there was no fountains abounding with water, before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought forth, because he used this wisdom to create the mountains and everything that we have read, or everything that we know Yahweh created. I used this chapter and verse to save some time. I could have took you to Genesis, the very first chapter, and worked our way up, and we would read all that we are reading in Proverbs, the 8th chapter. I just chose to use Proverbs, the 8th chapter. It tells us, Israel, in the 26th verse, while as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the deep, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth, then wisdom, was by him as one brought up with him, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. And when one asks me, who is this in Genesis, the first chapter, when it said, let us make man? The wisdom that I have attained from this scripture is none other than wisdom. It is none other than wisdom. According to the law and testimony, the only testimony that we find in our holy scriptures that could possibly been with the Creator is wisdom. And we just read a whole testimony that wisdom was with Yahweh from the beginning. So if he's saying, let us, who is the us based on this testimony? It is wisdom. It ain't a couple other men. It don't even say that or denote that it could be a couple of angels. But it do denote, based on Yahweh creating, who was there with him in all of his creating. It, as we are reading, it was none other than the entity of wisdom. And I would love to read that one more time in the 30th verse. It says, then I was by him, the creator of the heaven and earth, as one brought up with him, as if he brought it up. His wit is the wit. Everything Yahweh have done, he used wisdom. Everything. Not some things. Everything he used the wisdom to do those things. And I was daily his delight. So this is what Yahweh delight in, wisdom. Rejoicing always before him. Rejoicing in the habitable parts of his earth, because he created it. And my delights were with the sons of men, because they took hold of that wisdom. Now therefore hearken unto me, O ye children, for blessed are they that keep my ways, not your ways, but Yahweh's ways, are the ways of wisdom. The 33rd verse reads, hear instruction, and be wise, and refuse it not. Blessed is the man that hear me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the post of my doors. For whoso find me, wisdom, Israel, finds life, and shall obtain favor of Yahweh, as we read in the 3rd chapter of Proverbs, that you will find favor of Yahweh and man because of what is coming out of your mouth. Wisdom will allow you to obtain favor with Yahweh and man, your brothers and your sisters. It tells us in the last verse, but he that sinned against me wrongs his own soul. All they that hate me love death, because Yahweh is the opposite of death. So if you hate him, then you love that which is not of him, and that is the opposite. And it denotes death. When Yahweh spoke to our fathers in Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, the 15th verse, he told our fathers to choose life and good or death and evil. And then, even though he suggests them to choose one or the other, he told them what to choose. And he told them to choose life. For life is where you receive good. Death is where you will see evil, or evil will bring forth death, and good will continue to bring forth life. It also tells us, Israel, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Genesis, the book of Genesis, by the law and by the testimonies will we establish this great presentation. What is wisdom and understanding? Well, we just read, according to the testimony of wisdom, found in Proverbs, the 8th chapter, that wisdom was with Yahweh from the beginning. So we might well go to the beginning to find out what is wisdom and understanding. Well, when we take a look in the book of Genesis, the first book of your holy scriptures, it tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 2nd chapter of Genesis, and let's read a little bit of this story For in this story, we can see where Yahweh is using wisdom, and it will give us a greater understanding of what is wisdom and understanding when we read a little bit of this story. Because, again, as your brother has let the cat out the bag, wisdom and understanding is no more than fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. The principal part of what is wisdom and understanding, the answer is fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. Your scriptures of truth will explain and show this same truth throughout. You will find fear Yahweh and depart from evil throughout your holy scriptures. And it only denotes wisdom and understanding. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 2nd chapter. And I would like to pick up at the 4th verse. Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 4th verse. And it tells us in Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 4th verse. And it reads, "These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth. And there was not a man to till the ground, because he haven't used wisdom to create man and woman in his image yet." Thus it reads in the 6th verse, "But there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground." What this is telling us, in the day of creation, when he was about to make man, the earth was watered by a mist. And this mist, as it reads, it says, "and watered the whole face of the ground." But it says there went up a mist which went up from. So where is this mist coming from? It is coming from the ground. This first mist did not rain down on man. It missed from the ground. And then it reads in the 7th verse, "And Yahweh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." And please underline this, because we're going to use this breath of life to denote one that is the recipient, or one that is the giver of wisdom and understanding. One that do not have the breath of life, do not possess wisdom and understanding. The Almighty said the dead can't praise me. So once you're dead, you can die with wisdom and understanding. You can have those great titles upon you before you die, but you won't be able to display this wisdom and understanding in your grave. So this breath of life is essential to having wisdom and understanding. Thus it continued to read, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Before the breath of life was put in him, he was just a soul. But the spirit is what your brother denoting, and this breath of life is what allows you and I to be a living soul. It also tells us if we pick up at the 15th verse, please read the whole chapter in your spare time. But it tells us in the 15th verse of the 2nd chapter of Genesis, and Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And Yahweh Elohim, please take note of the instructions, because we read in Proverbs 1 that fools hate instructions. It says, and Yahweh took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but we must take heed of every word. But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil shall thou not eat of it. Why not? For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. It also tells us, if we pick up one second, lost my place. If we pick up at the 25th verse, the 25th verse of the same chapter reads, Genesis 2, and they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. So it's saying, based on the man and the woman doing all that Yahweh has said, they both were naked, but with them not eating of the tree that he told them not to eat of, they do not know or they do not perceive that they are naked. But we're going to find through our reading, once they stop fearing Yahweh, and once they stop eschewing evil, the scripture allows us to know that they found out that they were naked. Thus, let us jump into the 3rd chapter, and let's pick up from the 1st verse. And this 3rd chapter of Genesis denotes the fall of man. So this fall denotes them not being in favor, not being in the grace of Yahweh, because they wind up doing something that he commanded them not. And that's what brings forth evil. And that's why you find throughout your holy scriptures, fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. For evil is the opposite of what Yahweh has said and done. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 3rd chapter, the very 1st verse, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of the tree, eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. For Elohim does know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So it allows us to know. A lot of people say, well, there was some type of laws on the earth way before Yahweh made a covenant of the law with the children of Israel. And you are absolutely correct. The law that was on the earth is known as a verbal law. And this verbal law denotes what came out of Yahweh's mouth. Whatever he has said was law. He is the creator. He is the God. Thus it reads. One more time in the 5th verse. For Elohim does know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as Elohims, knowing good and evil. So that Elohim knew what was good and what was evil. And the Elohim put man on the path of that which was good, and told man to walk therein. And if you was put on the path of good and told to walk therein, and you did, then that denotes that you were one that walked with Elohim. And that is a very special and honorable title to have. One that walks with Elohim. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. Well, we just read in the 2nd chapter, they didn't know. The 2nd chapter, the 25th verse says they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed, meaning they didn't have the distinction to show them that they were naked, that it was the opposite. And they wouldn't be able to do that unless they disobeyed Yahweh and ate of the tree that he told them not to eat, which represented good and evil. Thus the 7th verse reads again, and the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. It tells us, our aprons is things to grid around them. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day, or the wind of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim among the trees of the garden. And please take note of the terminology, because we are studying. We want this wisdom. We want this understanding. And when we say that, all we're saying, we want to fear Yahweh and we want to depart from evil. That's all you're saying. And that is a great saying. But I need you to pay attention of what you're reading. And what I wanted to bring out was what is said again in the 8th verse. It says, and Adam and his wife. Let's stop, because we're trying to get understanding. We got Israelites teaching that they teaching that sex is marriage. If I have sex with this woman, she is my wife. Well, we went all the way back to the beginning to examine wisdom and understanding. And in our examining wisdom and understanding, we see that a wife is the one that you choose, or a wife is the one that Yahweh gives thee. A wife is not a one that you have sex with, because according to the testimonies that we are reading, according to the witnesses that we are reading, Eve was Adam's wife before he lay with her. And we know that to be true because Yahweh, even though we didn't read it all in the 2nd chapter of Genesis, but it allows us to know when you do read it, that Yahweh gave that man that wife. That wife was taken from man. And then we go to the 3rd chapter dealing with their fall, and it tells us that Eve, or the woman, is his wife. They ain't had sex yet. And one might say, well, how you know that? Because it ain't written don't mean it didn't happen. A lot of people talk to me like that. Because it ain't written don't mean it didn't happen. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that, because I'm a witness of what is written. I'm not a witness of that which is not written. I'm a witness of that which is written. And that which is written, dealing with a wife, we see that Yahweh gave this man his wife. And we see in the 3rd chapter, she is labeled as his wife. And then we can go to the 4th chapter, which we will, and prove that Eve was Adam's wife before he ever laid with her. Because we got a record of the first time he laid with his wife, and his wife bringing forth children. So this destroys the theory that a woman, when a man lay with a woman, that is his wife. That's a bad theory, and it do not denote wisdom nor understanding. I thought I'll just throw that in since it was so illuminated in this 8th verse. The 9th verse reads, and Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And that's what we do most times. Most time when we become naked and evil, we hide ourselves from the Creator. It's hard to be and stay in your holy scriptures and stay on your knees when you're doing evil. It's hard. and you find yourself hiding from life while you are experimenting in death. And later on, in retrospect, that's what the Almighty did to our fathers. When our fathers started disobeying Him, as we read in Proverbs 1, it was hard to find Yahweh. And if Yahweh said He hid Himself, there is no man, woman on this earth that can find Him. Nobody. Not if He say He hid Himself. How are you going to find the Creator when the Creator, He hides Himself? You can't. It tells us, Israel, in the 11th verse, and He said, who told thee that thou was naked? It's impossible for you to have wisdom and understanding outside of Yahweh. It's impossible. That's why He answered her the question. He know the answer. But He allows us to read His question to allow us to know that the only way she could have said, or they could have said, that they were naked, they had to disobey me. Thus it reads again. And He said in the 11th verse of the 3rd chapter of Genesis, and He said, who told thee that thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded? Please take note. Yahweh ain't asked us to do nothing. Everything He has stated from the beginning of His creation was a command. And the first command was, let there be light, because He was setting up order. He was setting up order. When He said, let there be light, this word denotes all that He is saying and what He going to do. He had established order in a disposition that denoted chaos upon the deep. And his first words of command was, let there be light. And that establishes order. Light is life. Dark is death. Light is good. Dark is evil. Thus it told us Yahweh separated the dark from the dark. And how did He do that? With light. It tells us, Israel, the answer to the Almighty asking, hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I command thee that thou should not eat? And the man said, the woman, even though he is not taking full responsibility, he's still stating a fact. And the Almighty is allowing us to know through this story, as it also says in our Holy Scriptures, that there is none that you can put over the word of Yah, not your wife or no one. You can't put their words over the words of Yah. That's not going to be an excuse, and not a good enough excuse to use to the perfect one, the creator of the heaven and earth. But that is what Adam said according to the 12th verse. And the man said, the woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. But as I stated about Joshua and Caleb, y'all both heard this, and you still ate. You could have had the integrity that Caleb and Joshua had. You could could have had the integrity that Job had. You could have the integrity that Daniel and Abraham had, but they did not. He hearkened to his wife, and he ate. Thus it reads. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman, what is this that thou hast done? And the woman did not take full responsibility of her acts, and she swung the weight to the serpent and said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. The serpent didn't make me. The serpent beguiled me, though, but he didn't make me. I got the choice. I got my own integrity. I got the choice to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Can't nobody make me do evil. Only you. And we got the great testimony of that dealing with the book of Job. The Almighty used the adversary against Job, and he could not make Job sin. He could not make Job sin with his actions nor with his lips. And when the woman, and we can use this as that example, when Job's wife was beguiled and told Job to go on and curse Yahweh, don't hold on to your integrity like that, seeing you suffering like you suffering. Go on and let go of your integrity and curse Yahweh and die. Well, he didn't do like Adam did. He had another spirit on him. Even though his wife might be beguiled, and even though in this beguilement, she is telling Job to just forsake your integrity, curse Yahweh, and die. And the first thing he said, because of the spirit that was on him, you sound like one of the foolish women. And that's what that's what Adam should have said to Eve. And he would have been perfect. But he did not. He ate that which she gave him. And that which she gave him, as I am trying to apply it, will denote what I just brought up about Job and his wife. It's the same as if Job's wife ate of the tree, and she told her husband, just curse Yahweh and die. Well, the scenario that I'm using, it will denote Job did not eat of the tree. When she said curse Yahweh and die, that's like her giving him some of the fruit. Well, he refused the fruit and said, you sound like one of the foolish women. So that means he held on to his integrity, and it was only considered righteousness. And that's what had happened to Adam if he would have refused the fruit that his wife gave him. It says, Israel, in the 14th verse, and Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. And it lets you know that he is talking about an animal, a beast. It was the most subtle of any beast. It says, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shall thou go, and dust shall thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shall bruise its heel. And most times, that's what happens when you find man upon the earth being attacked by the serpent, or the serpent being attacked by man. Usually the serpent bites the man on the leg, the foot. Many times those that from Texas know, dealing with these different snakes, they wear these big cowboy boots, because one of the first places that the snake is going to strike is near your foot, because that is the closest to him, not your face. He might be able to spit venom and stuff like that in your face, but I'm talking about far as the bite. It's usually your foot will be the closest. Same way when you kill that thing, the first thing you might try to do, depending on what type of serpent it is smash it with your feet. And that's what you just read in this 15th verse. The 16th verse reads, "And to the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow shall thou bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee." And that allowed us to know that she was in error from listening to the serpent, and he was in error from listening to her. So the Almighty said, no more you being beguiled by the serpent, because you only supposed to be ruled by your husband and not by no serpent nor anyone else. The 17th verse reads, "And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it." The sin come by way of you disregarding the command. And if you disregard the command, you couldn't have been fearing Yahweh. Thus it reads, "Thou shalt not eat of it, cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow shall thou eat of it all the days of thy life." The 18th verse of the 3rd chapter of Genesis reads, "Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread." And that's why we work like we do every day, "till thy return into the ground. For out of it was thy taken, for dust thy art, and into dust shall thy return." Getting understanding and wisdom allows us to know that Yahweh never wanted us to cremate ourselves. Dealing with the beginning and what Yahweh established, how man is born and how he dies, Yahweh has never wanted his people to be cremated. Never. It tells us, Israel, in the 20th verse, "And Adam called his wife named Eve." No, she is his wife before she even know her name. But you teach that she ain't his wife unless a man lay with the woman. When a man lay with a woman, she is automatic his wife. Well, not so according to the beginning, and not so according to the Creator that created the man and his wife. For it told us in the 20th verse, "And Adam called his wife named Eve." She was his wife before he even named her. And if you remember what is said in Genesis 2, when the Almighty brought the woman from Adam's ribs, that Adam said before he even gave her name, he said, "Now she should be called woman because she was taken out of man." So it allows us to know that this woman was this man's wife before he lay with her and before he gave her her name. So it squashes the theory and the rumor that a woman is a man's wife as soon as that man lay with her. That is a rumor, and that is a lie, and it do not denote what we are reading in the beginning. It tells us, again, in the 20th verse, and Adam called his wife named Eve because she was the mother of all living. All the living came up out of her. It says, or at least the beginning of the living. For they also, her children, had wives and where they had children. But it all began with Eve. The 21st verse, and to Adam also, and to his wife, did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skin and clothe them because of their nakedness. And this clothing also denotes metaphorically a covering of their sin. Because they only naked. And they only know that they naked because they did something that Yahweh told them not to do. Even though it might make one wise, as the serpent beguiled you with, to where you say, well, I'm going to do it like this, or I'm going to try it, because I heard it makes one wise. And when I looked upon it, it was good to my eyes. And it was so good to your eyes to where you disregard what your Creator has said. And many people do that with the Sabbath today. It tells us, Israel, I'm in the 4th. In the 22nd verse of the 3rd chapter of Genesis, and Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life. Please take note. And the tree of life is one of the trees that Yahweh told man to never touch. That is one of the trees that Yahweh told Adam to never touch. Well, hold on, because the rumor is that we're going to be resurrected. The rumor is we're going to live forever. Well, how could that rumor be true if Yahweh is keeping the man from the tree that could make them live forever? If the Almighty will was for man to live forever, he would not tell you not to eat of the tree of life, because he's telling us now that the tree of life would make them live forever. Well, he told you from the beginning when after you was created, don't touch this tree and don't touch this tree. One tree denoted good and evil, and the other tree denoted life. And I don't want y'all touching it. But you was hard-headed, and you touched one of the trees that denoted good and evil. And that's how you knew that you was naked. And Yahweh punished you because of that. It is known as the fall of man. And then when we read in this story dealing with the fall of man, it tells us again in the 22nd verse, and Yahweh Elohim said, behold, the man is become as one of us, like a God, to know good and evil, because he already ate of that tree that I told him not to. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. So this proof that Yahweh did not want man to live forever. And I got other scriptures that we're going to prove this with. But this is a proof that Yahweh didn't want man to live forever. His will was giving man longevity, to be upon the earth with him, to be Yahweh's caretaker of the earth for 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, almost 1,000 years old. And that is beyond man's comprehension today. You can't even imagine living 500 years old. And we got men that Yahweh had on the earth almost 1,000 years old. So his will, as it is displayed throughout these testimonies, was man to be upon earth with him, and Yahweh gave these people that was going to be up on earth with him longevity. And then when your days is up, you return, as you read about that was said to your father Adam, you return back to the dust. And the spirit that Yahweh put in you, that breath of life that Yahweh put in you, returns back to him that gave it. And we know who gave it, Yahweh only. And man has returned back to the dust from which he came. That story do not denote man living forever. Thus, it reads in the 23rd verse. Therefore, based on what you just read in the 22nd verse, the 23rd verse says, therefore, Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the garden. He put him out, just like he put the children of Israel out of the land of Canaan. That was also noted metaphorically as the land of Eden. So when man disobeyed, as he did in the land of Canaan, kicked Israel out, well, here, dealing with Adam and Eve, being in the garden, in that land, he kicked them out of that garden. That way, they will never be able to eat of the tree of life. So again, that's another proof that we are not put on the earth to live forever. Thus it reads again in the 23rd verse, therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man. The only man he could be talking about is Adam and Eve. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword. Cherubims is angels, and these angels have a flaming sword which turn every way to keep the way of the tree of life. So who is bad enough to get past this angel, to be able to take of the tree of life and eat it? According to the story, and according to history, and according to this day, no one. For there is none that have lived forever. Nor is it any man on this earth that is 950 years old, 500 years old. We clapping and everything when you hear somebody might be 100, 110, because that is way away from 969 years or whatever, or 950 years like Noah. You got 100 years when the Almighty had our fathers living among him for almost 1,000 years. You working with 10% of what Yahweh was dealing with our fathers. I think $100 is 10% of 1,000. So you making it to 100. Well, that's only 10% of the longevity that Yahweh was laying upon our fathers and laying on man before man failed. It also tells us, while we rolling in history and in the book of Genesis, let's take a look at the 4th chapter. And it tells us in the 4th chapter, I'll start at the 1st verse to prove the point that I made dealing with Eve being Adam's wife before he ever laid with her. It tells us in Genesis, the 4th chapter, the 1st verse, and please take note, all that we are presenting denotes wisdom and understanding. It's going to break through fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus it tells us in the 1st verse of Genesis, the 4th chapter, and Adam knew. The word knew in your scriptures denote intercourse. It denotes contact sexually. Thus it reads, and Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering into Yahweh. And Abel, he also brought the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance failed. And Yahweh said unto Cain, why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If, please take note of this wisdom and understanding that is being given. If thou does well, shall thy not be accepted? And that's a question. And the answer is yes, because there's a will, a verbal law that has already been given to man that is upon the face of the earth. So it tells us if thou does well in your doings, in your walk, if thou does well, shall thou not be accepted? And if thou does not well, sin, evil, the opposite of life, and good lies at the door. So we see the conditions. We see what will bring forth evil. We see why Yahweh would tell us to fear him and to depart from evil. Depart from anything other than what I have said, other than my will. Depart from that. It also tells us I'll read down just a little bit more to let us know that sin is disobedience of the voice of Yahweh. And the disobedience of the voice of Yahweh bring forth curses and punishment and affliction and trials and tribulations. Thus it tells us in the 8th verse of the 4th chapter of Genesis, and Cain talked with Abel, his brother. And it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and killed him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, where is Abel, thy brother? And he said, I know not. Liar, and Yahweh hate a liar. Am I my brother's keeper? You should be. And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cries into me from the ground. And now art thy what? Cursed because of what you did. You disobeyed. You lied. You done shed innocent blood, it says. And now art thy cursed. And note, I'm saying these things at the beginning, and there is no covenant of the law. But there is a verbal law, and the verbal law was the will of the Creator. And everyone in this time knew the will of the Creator. It was up to your mind and your imagination to go against the will of your Creator. And I'm speaking about this time. Thus, it continued to tell us, again in the 11th verse, and now art thy cursed from the earth, which have opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength, saying almost the same thing that was told to his daddy, Adam. A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto Yahweh, my punishment. Well, you only punish for sin. You ain't punished for obedience. It says my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven. This is the last verse I will read. It says, behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that find me shall slay me. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 5th chapter, the 5th chapter of the 5th chapter of Genesis. And it tells us in the 5th chapter of Genesis, the first 5 verses, and it reads, this is the book of the generation of Adam. In the day that Elohim, and please take note of the wording, and please take note of who created man, for there is a lack of understanding in Genesis 1. I think it's the 26th verse where it says, yes, where it says, let us make man. Well, as we search the history from that first chapter to this 5th chapter, we can show several places to verify who actually created man, even though the rendering is let us. When we search the scripture, and we're only at the 5th chapter from where it read, let us make man, and we see a testimony. Who made man? Was it them or was it him? Thus it reads again in the first verse, this is the book of the generation of Adam. In the day that Elohim, singular, created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he. Well, where is they made he? It says, made he him. So man was created by he. He is singular. It is not plural. Nor what we are reading thus far denotes plural. When you read and denote Elohim, even though in the dictionary or the terminology of that word can denote plural, when Elohim is used, it denotes singular. You got to search that. You got to look that up to find that truth. It says, Israel, in the second verse, male and female created he them. It wasn't Yahweh, or it wasn't Yahweh and the angels that made man, and then somebody else made the female. The Almighty said, no, I alone made male and female after my image. Thus it read again in the second verse, male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created, which denote humanity. And Adam lived, please take note, 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness. How about that? Yahweh said he made man after his likeness. Well, the first man he made and had his children, it is denoted that and begat a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. And that was the son that was brought forth after Cain slew Abel, and Eve brought forth another child, and his name was Seth. And you can find that truth in the latter verses of chapter 4. The fourth verse reads, and the days of Adam after he begotten Seth was 800 years. And he begat sons and daughters, being 800 years old. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. After all that longevity, after Yahweh allowing him to wake up all those days for 930 years, then it said he died. To be brought back? To live forever? Absolutely not. That is not what you're reading. Let's keep reading. It says, and Seth lived 105 years and begat Enos. And Seth lived after he begat Enos 807 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 920 years, and he died. And Enos lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enos lived after he begat Canaan 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch was 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begat Mahalalel 840 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan was 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begat Jared. And Mahalalel lived after he begat Jared 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel was 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and begat Enoch. And Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared was 962 years, and he died. And Enoch, please take note of these words, because I am not taking us here and giving us this genealogy for nothing. It tells us in the 21st verse, and Enoch lived 65 years and begat Methuselah. And Enoch walked, please underline that, and Enoch walked with Elohim. The significance of this is that your brother is teaching that it has always been a verbal law in the earth before Yahweh made the covenant of the law with his chosen people. Well, this verbal law that was in the earth denote one walking with Elohim. That means you are in agreement and in obedience to all that he has said and done. Thus it reads, again in the 22nd verse, and Enoch, and I'm using this walk with Elohim to show the significance of the wisdom and understanding, and this walking with Elohim will show throughout our presentation that it only denotes to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Because if you truly fear Yahweh and depart from evil, you are walking with Elohim. I bet you. Thus it reads, again in the 24th verse, and Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. So we don't see the last date or the last number of years that is given to Enoch, and then it says, and he died. For it tells us again, Israel, in the 24th verse, and Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Yahweh do what he want to do, but we're going to witness what is revealed, what he did. Thus it tells us in the 25th verse, and Methuselah lived 100, which is the son of Enoch, and Methuselah lived 187 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begat a son. It didn't say sons and daughters. He begat a son. And he called his name, that one son that he begat, he called his name Noah, saying, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh have cursed. And we know that happened in the 3rd chapter of Genesis and the 4th chapter of Genesis, dealing with Cain slewing his brother. It continued to tell us, and Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. So he did have other sons, he did have other daughters, but Noah was his first son, and the first son usually denotes the strength of the father. And in the strength of Lamech was Noah. For it says, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands. And that same person was none other than Noah. It also tells us in the 31st verse, and all the days of Lamech was 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Our mind will keep reading to at least to the 13th verse of the 6th chapter of Genesis. And it's a good thing. Many of us don't even remember these words. Many of us ain't even read these words. And some of us have forgotten these words. So ain't nothing wrong with reading. Let's keep reading. We should find ourselves in Genesis, the 6th chapter, the very first verse. And it reads, and I'm going to read to the 13th verse. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born into them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they choose. And Yahweh said, please take note, we just read where our fathers was living almost 1,000 years old. Once men forgot the will of Yahweh. Once men lost wisdom and understanding, it allows us to know, according to the 3rd verse, it reads, and Yahweh said, my spirit, the same breath of life that I asked you to underline in Genesis 2. The Almighty said, my spirit shall not always strive with man. Why not? For that he is also flesh. And that's a truth, because we just read in Genesis 2 that Yahweh created Adam from the dust. And when he created Adam from the dust, he was just a soul. He was just flesh. And then it told us that Yahweh breathed Yahweh gave him the breath of life. Breath of life is ruach, spirit. Thus the Almighty tell us in his 3rd verse, and Yahweh said, my spirit shall not always strive with man. Well, what do the spirit denote? Life. When the spirit is taking you dead. Yeah, you got the flesh. We're going to bury the flesh in the dust because you're dead. Thus it reads, my spirit should not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet, please take note, yet his days shall be 120 years. That's 10%. That's about 10% of what our Creator was allowing our fathers to live. Under obedience, walking with Elohim, they lived many years. Under disobedience, we see in the 3rd verse that that longevity was cut down. And as your brother is trying to add it up to 1/10. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And Elohim saw, please take note, that the wickedness, now the wickedness, we're in the 6th chapter. The only wickedness that we have found before we got to this 6th chapter is Adam and his family having lack of wisdom and understanding, lack of fear, and not departing from evil. And how did they do that? Was hearkening to his wife and eating that which Yahweh commanded him not to eat. And then he had a son that lied. and he had a son that took and shed innocent blood from his brother. And then we got the record, the generations of Adam. And then we find ourselves in the 6th chapter where it talks about Yahweh. Spirit shall not always strive with man. And the reason why Yahweh's spirit should not always strive with man, because he is also yet flesh. He is flesh, and his flesh going to have him do something other than his spirit. He's going to forsake the spirit in him and lean more on the flesh, as Eve did. She said it tasted good, and it was good for the eyes. It was good for knowledge and wisdom. So she forsook her spirit, and curiosity got the cat. Well, here it says in the 5th verse, and Elohim saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination, not what I told you, not what Yahweh have established, but every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil. Continually. So somehow, man had forsaken the spirit that Yahweh have given them. And that spirit that Yahweh have given man was given to allow you to obey and honor and fear and admire his will. Whatever Yahweh's will was in that day, all men that was recipients of breath was to be in accord. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, and it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man. And Noah was not just a just man. Noah was perfect in his generation. So all the people that was living in his generation, they wasn't fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. So Noah was perfect in his generation because of the wisdom and understanding that he possessed. Thus it reads again in the 9th verse, these are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation. And Noah what? Please underline that. You should have 2 of these so far. Walked with Elohim. This walk with Elohim means he walked in the will. Whatever Yahweh has said in their day, and whatever Yahweh willed in their day, he walked with Elohim. Same way with his great-granddaddy, Enoch. It tells us, and Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt. So the will of Yahweh is corrupt on the earth. For all flesh have corrupted his way upon the earth. And how did all flesh corrupt themselves upon the earth? Could it be because they did not fear Yahweh and because they did not depart from evil? Well, based on what we read, it said, and Elohim saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thought of his heart was only evil continually. So the question is answered. The earth is corrupt because man is no longer fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. The earth is corrupt because man lacked wisdom and understanding. And the earth was filled with violence. And it reminds us of today. Look how full the earth is with violence today, with trials and tribulations today. Look how corrupt the earth is today. Could that be because of the lack of wisdom and understanding that is upon the earth? Another way to ask that, could that be because of the lack of fear of Yahweh upon the earth and the lack of knowledge to depart from understanding? Absolutely. That's why the earth is corrupt as it is this day. And Elohim said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. So that's the punishment that man received for not taking heed of the will of Yahweh, for man changing his thoughts, for man leaning upon his own understanding, for man being right in his own eyes. It denotes, or it brought forth corruption upon the earth. And that corruption must be taken care of. It must be purged. And we have record that it was. Well, the same type of corruption is upon the earth today. And reading this and knowing that Yahweh's word would not return to him void, if I was a reader, I will be trembling at these words, because we got record where Yahweh already did it, and we got record saying he would do it again. And he is going to come back and judge the earth and deliver his children. And all the remnant of the Gentiles that are left will be back under this will of our Creator. And they will be back under every word that he has said. And if they forsake the Almighty, the execution will be executed, or the punishment will be executed speedily, as it is written in Zechariah, the 14th chapter. But here it allows us to know what destroyed flesh and how flesh destroyed themselves. And this destruction came by way of them being against the will of their Creator from the beginning, Israel. It also tells us if we move up a little bit, let's go to the 17th chapter of Genesis. The 17th chapter of Genesis. I was going to read from the 12th chapter and the 15th chapter, but I will tell you what they denote. It allows us to know that the Almighty took Abraham from his father's house. His father was Terah, and they lived in the land of the Chaldees. And Yahweh they lived in Ur. U-R of the Chaldees. And he took Abram from his father's house. His father was Terah, and he told him to follow me, to walk with me. And Yahweh said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house into a land that I will show thee. So it allows us to know that Yahweh took Abram from his father's house and gave Abram his will. And his will was for him to leave his father's house and to walk with me. And where did they walk to? Into another country, a country that Yahweh is making a covenant with him with, and a country that Yahweh promised that they will possess and inherit forever. And also in that promise, Yahweh told our fathers, they that bless thee shall be blessed, but they that curse thee shall be cursed of all the families of the earth. So knowing that, I ask the listening audience to turn their scriptures to the 17th chapter of Genesis. And it tells us in the first 3 verses of Genesis, the 17th chapter, and when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty Elohim, El Shaddai. Walk before me and be thy perfect. Look how one is perfect. Look how how Noah was selected. Look how Enoch was selected, because they all walked it before me, and be thy perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and I will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, as you and I should do. And Elohim talked with him, saying, I'll read the next verse. As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. So it lets us know this covenant, this agreement, this neutral agreement is with him, just like it was with man in the beginning. But they forsook it. So once Noah's children replenished the earth, Yahweh chose a seed out of the 3 sons of Noah. And that seed that chosen seed that came out of the 3 sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Yahweh selected Shem. Thus, you have Terah, and you have his son Abram. And the Almighty chose Abram and his seed to be the carriers of his will. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look at the 22nd chapter, the 22nd chapter of Genesis, And it tells us in the 22nd chapter of Genesis, please read the whole chapter. It's a great chapter due to time restraint and all the material that I have before me. I can't read the whole chapter. So we will pick up at the 15th verse and read to the 18th verse. And it tells us in the 15th verse of the 22nd chapter of Genesis, and it reads in this wise. And the angel of Yahweh called into Abraham out of heaven the second time and said, by myself have I sworn, said Yahweh, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thy only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed, please take note, shall possess, inherit, own the gate of his enemies, which will become all of their dwellings. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast what? Obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned into his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 26th chapter of Genesis, the 26th chapter of Genesis, dealing with the chosen seed and dealing with this seed carrying the will of Yahweh. And the will of Yahweh denotes obedience. Fear me and depart from evil. Thus, it tells us in Genesis, the 26th chapter. I'd like to read the first 5 verses, and it tells us, and there was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham and Isaac, or in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went into Amalek, king of the Philistines, into Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For into thee and into thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I sware unto Abraham thy father. And that's why we was going to read Genesis chapter 12 and Genesis chapter 15. I ask y'all to read that in your spare time if you don't understand or if you don't remember that which Yahweh performed and promised Abraham. If you don't remember, read Genesis 12, Genesis 15, and it will allow you to know what Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It tells us in the 5th verse, or the 4th verse, and I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and I will give into thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. The 5th verse in the last verse I will read, because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, which is his voice, whatever he tell you to do, my commandments, which is his voice, whatever he told them to do, my statutes, which is his voice, whatever he tell them to do, and my laws, which is his voice, and whatever he command you to do. And Abraham walked with Elohim, so that means he was in obedience. That means he feared Elohim and depart from evil. That means he knew what wisdom and understanding is. Let us turn our scriptures to the book of Job. Let's turn our scriptures to the book of Job. I tried to put the presentation in a chronological order after we witnessed what was said in the books of wisdom. So the next chronological order to reveal what is wisdom and understanding is found in the book of Job. The book of Job is not in chronological order in your Bible. But once you have sound wisdom and study the book of Job, it will allow you to know that the time of Job was during the time that is found in the book of Genesis. So, with me knowing that, the next chronological order of scriptures that will give us light and sound understanding on wisdom and on what is wisdom and understanding, we find in the book of Job. So let us all please turn our holy scriptures to the book of Job, the very first chapter, because we want to know what is wisdom and understanding. Could our brother be correct that wisdom and understanding is nothing more than fearing Yahweh and departing from evil? Absolutely. And that's what this presentation will prove by the time we get done. Job, the very first chapter, please. And it tells us in the book of Job, if we all turn there, please, and if we take a look at the very first chapter, it tells us in this book called Job, in the very first chapter, the very first verse, and it reads, there was a man in the land of Uz. Abraham was in the land of Og of the Canaanite. Well, this man, or not of the Canaanites, but of the Chaldeans. This man's name is Job. And he lived in the land of Uz, or Uz, or U-Z is how it's spelled, whose name was Job. And that man was perfect and upright, and one that feared Elohim and eschewed evil. Well, what do that mean? Another way you can say that is that man was perfect and upright, one that had wisdom and understanding. That's all you're reading. Because the fear of Yahweh is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. So another way you can read this credit to this man is that man was perfect and upright, and one that had wisdom and understanding. For the fear of Elohim is wisdom, and to a shrewd evil is understanding. It also tells us in this great chapter, if we pick up at the 5th verse, and it reads, Job chapter 1 verse 5, and it was so when the days of their feasting were gone about, that Job sent and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning, and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned. How about that? He doing it ahead of time. They ain't sinned, but I'm begging for Yahweh forgiveness upon my children before they sin. Thus it reads. For Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned, and cursed Elohim. Where? In their heart. Just like our fathers in Genesis, the 6th chapter. The heart of everyone was only, the imagination of the heart of everyone was only evil. So Job know about these things. So I'm praying and everything to Yahweh just in case my sons fall victim of that. Thus it reads in the last sentence of the 5th verse, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed Elohim in their heart. Thus did Job continually. Now there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahweh, and Satan came also among them. And Yahweh said unto Satan, which comes thy? Then Satan answered Yahweh and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. Note, he ain't walking with Yahweh, but he definitely professed that he finds himself walking to and fro, up and down in the earth. The 8th verse reads, and Yahweh said it to Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man? And it lets us know, it's going to tell us right here though, but it let us know in the 1st verse what this denotes. But in case you forgot, the Almighty is being redundant, and it says, a perfect and upright man, one that have wisdom and understanding. Or it reads, an upright man, one that fear Elohim, and a shrewd evil. A shrewd evil means hate evil. A shrewd evil means depart from evil. If you hate something, you're not going to stay with it. You're going to depart from it. In the eyes of our Creator, that is a upright and perfect man. It tells us, then Satan answered Yahweh and said, does not Job fear Elohim for naught? Is he fearing? Ain't he fearing you for a reason? Has not thy maid and hedge about him? He protected. Yeah, he gonna fear you, because you got him protected. And about his house, and about all that he have on every side, thou hast blessed the work of his hands. And that's what you get when you fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That's when you get when you are a recipient of wisdom and understanding. Thus, it continue to read, Thou hast blessed the work of his hand, and his substance is increased in the land. But put forth thy hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. And Yahweh said unto Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy power. Only upon himself put not forth thy hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of Yahweh. And there was a day when his sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And there came a messenger unto Job and said, The oxen were plowing, and the asses feeding beside them, and the Sabaeans fell upon them. That the Almighty allowed Satan to send other nations to attack him, and took them away. Yea, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, The fire of Elohim is fallen from heaven, and have burnt up the sheep and the servants, and consumed them, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, The Chaldeans made out 3 bands and fell upon the camels and have carried them away. Yea, and slain the servants with the edge of the sword. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. While he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, Thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness and smote the 4 corners of the house. It fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. So these are some of the tests that Yahweh allows Satan to, or the adversary, to lay upon Job, to show the adversary that when one truly have wisdom and understanding, they will fear me and they will depart from evil. You will not be able to make them commit evil. I don't care how adversarial you are. Thus it reads in the 20th verse. Then Job arose after hearing all this, and rent his mantle, and shaved his head, and fell down upon the ground and worshipped, and said, as all we should say, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked, Israel, shall you return tighter. Yahweh giveth, and Yahweh hath taken away. That's why it's so great when you read, I think it's in Psalms 47, where it talks about Yahweh loving kindness is greater than life. Read that and try to wrap your mind around that. Yahweh's loving kindness is greater than life. Thus you hear this wise man say, again in the 21st verse, and said, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return tighter. Yahweh gives, and Yahweh have taken away. It didn't say, damn Yahweh. It said, blessed be the name of Yahweh. In all this, Job sinned not, nor charged Elohim foolishly. And then it tells us in the second chapter, let's take a look at the second chapter. Let's establish this wisdom and understanding in the second chapter. And I'll just read the first 10 verses. And it reads, again, there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before Yahweh. And Satan came also among them. Note how Satan is distinguished, or there's a distinction being made from the sons of Elohim that came to present themselves, and then it includes, and Satan came also among them. That is not telling one that Satan is a son of Elohim. And I done had many people teach that. But just because Satan is in the presence. Well, the Almighty, when you read it, it tells you who his sons is, and then it includes Satan being in the midst of them or coming in the presence of them. And the first time he did, the Almighty said unto Satan, where come thy? And Satan answered Yahweh and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And then he asked him, well, have you considered my servant Job? So that lets us know that he was not one of the sons, is what your brother trying to show you. It also lets us know in the second verse of the second chapter of Job, and Yahweh said unto Satan, from whence comes thy? And Satan answered Yahweh and said, again, Israel, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. Again, the Almighty said, and Yahweh said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth? He's talking about the entire earth. A perfect and an upright man, one that fear Yahweh and eschew or depart from evil, and still he holds fast his what? Integrity. The same thing that Noah used, the same thing that Abraham used, the same thing that Job used, the same thing that Daniel used, and anybody else that feared Yahweh and departed from evil. It comes by way of your integrity. These men ain't under the covenant of the law. Thus, it tells us, although thou movest me against him to destroy him without cause. And Satan answered Yahweh and said, skin for skin. Yea, all that a man have will he give for his life. And many of us are like that. Many of us going to do that, dealing with this virus, dealing with this pandemic. Many of us is going to act as Satan said man will do. Put his life up to the line, and he going to take the shot. Watch. Not him that fear Yahweh and the true evil. You won't find him in the line, nor will you find him accepting the shot. Thus it tells us one more time in the 4th verse, and Satan answered Yahweh and said, skin for skin. Yeah, all that a man have will he give for his life. But put forth his hand, but put forth thy hand now, and touch his bones and his flesh, and he will curse thee to thy face. He will say, come on and give me the shot. And Yahweh said unto Satan, behold, he is in thy hand, but save his life. So what it's saying is you're allowed to take him through trials and tribulations. You just ain't able to kill him. And many of us see ourselves today going through trials and tribulations, but we still surviving it. We're still alive, and it's because the Almighty have allowed you to stay alive. Even though you are being afflicted, even though you are going through many trials and tribulations, the Almighty has allows you to be alive, because there are some people in the earth today that fear Yahweh and that depart from evil, and they're going to be tested, but they won't die, but they will be tested, and if they hold on to their integrity, they will pass the test. And if you pass the test, as we have read, life and happiness forevermore, the great benefits of wisdom. Thus it reads, so went Satan forth from the presence of Yahweh, the 7th verse of the 2nd chapter of Job, and smote Job with sores, balls, from the sole of his feet into his crown. And he took him a potsherd to scrape himself with her. And he sat down among the ashes, denote humility, suffering, pain. Then said his wife, like Eve, here, eat some of this tree, eat some of this fruit that you don't supposed to eat. That's the same word she's saying if you have understanding. But those are not the words that we read in the 9th verse. The 9th verse says, then said his wife, and to him, dost thou still, please take note, dost thou still retain thy integrity? She know what he's using. Curse Elohim and die. Quit holding on your integrity, curse Elohim, and go and take the shot. And die. The 10th verse reads, but he said unto her, thou speakest as one of the foolish women speak. And that's what Adam should have said to Eve. Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speak. What? Shall we receive good at the hand of Elohim? And shall we not receive evil? And all this did not Job sin with his lips. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look while we still in the book of Job, let us turn our scriptures to the 28th chapter of Job. And let's take a close look at the 28th chapter of Job. What we find in the 28th chapter of Job is wisdom being praised. Due to time restraint, I still got a lot of information to give. Due to time restraint, I'm not going to read the whole chapter of Job, the 28th chapter. I was, but I'm not, based on the time we started and how much time we have left. But please, in your spare time, read this great chapter. This is a chapter that praises wisdom. And we have read several chapters today that praises wisdom and tells us the benefits of wisdom. Well, this particular chapter actually praises wisdom. And I'm going to pick up in this particular chapter, praising wisdom, at the 12th verse. Job, the 28th chapter, the 12th verse, and it reads, "But where shall wisdom be found?" That's a question that the wise man should be able to answer. But where is wisdom be found? And where is the place of understanding? The presentation is called, "What is Wisdom and Understanding?" And Job, and I'm using the book of Job to ask, where shall wisdom be found? And where is the place of understanding? Man know not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of the living. The depths said, it is not in me. And the sea said, it is not with me. It cannot be gotten for gold. You ain't going to be able to buy your way in fearing Yahweh and depart from evil, Israel. I don't care how many times you think you done gave a man. That ain't nothing. It cannot be gotten for gold. Neither shall silver be weighed for the price thereof. It cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx, or the sapphire. The gold and the crystal cannot equal it. And the exchange of it shall not be for jewels of fine gold. No mention shall be made of coral or of pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies. The toughest of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold, which then comes wisdom. If y'all say all this is true, which then comes wisdom. And where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living, and kept closed from the fowls of the air, destruction and death say, we have heard the fame thereof with our ears. Elohim understand the way thereof, and he knows the place thereof. For he looks to the ends of the earth, and see under the whole heaven, to make the weight for the winds, and he weighs the water by measure. When he made a decree for the rain, and a way for the lightning of thunder, then did he see it, and declared it. He prepared it, yea, and searched it out. So you didn't know, but your Creator is the one that lets you know. Thus it tells us in the 28th verse, and to man, not just Israel, it reads, after answered all these questions, and to man he said, behold, the fear of Yahweh, that is wisdom. So when I posted that question today, all one had to do is either say, wisdom is to fear Yahweh, and understanding is to depart from evil, or they could have just put this verse up there. Because this verse will answer the question, what is wisdom and understanding? Well, let's hear the answer one more time. In Job 28, verse 28, and to man he's given the answer to. He said, behold, the fear of Yahweh, that is wisdom. So that's the answer to the first part. And to depart from evil is understanding. So we are answering this question today by the words of Yahweh out of the scriptures of truth. What is wisdom and understanding? And we have discovered that wisdom and understanding is no more than fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. No more. Let us turn our scriptures back to the book of wisdom, the 4th chapter of Proverbs. The 4th chapter of Proverbs. For it continues to tell us in the book of wisdom, if we turn our scriptures to the 4th chapter of Proverbs, for when we look in the 4th chapter of Proverbs, we find the words or the benefits of wisdom. What one will receive and what one will be a recipient of if he truly have wisdom and understanding. So let's take a quick look at this to prove our point. What is wisdom and what is understanding? And it starts off by telling us in the very first verse, hear ye children, the instruction of a father, and attend to know understanding. For I give you good doctrine. Forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother. He taught me also and said unto me, let thy heart retain my words, keep my commandments, and live. Get wisdom, get understanding, and forget it not. Neither decline from the words of my mouth, because if you do, you do not have understanding, nor do you possess wisdom if you ever add or decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get it. It says, therefore, get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get what? Understanding. So in all your receiving of wisdom, the Almighty said, make sure you depart from evil, because when you depart from evil, you receive the understanding. It ain't saying get wisdom, but keep in your evil. No. The only way you're going to be a true recipient of wisdom, you got to stop the evil. Thus, it tells us one more time in the 7th verse, wisdom is, Israel, the principal thing. Therefore, get it. And in all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she will promote thee. She will bring you to honor. She will bring you in favor with Yahweh and man. Exalt her, and she will promote thee. She she shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many, as you read in Genesis, the 4th chapter, the 5th chapter, should I have said. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps should not be straitened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble. Take fast hold of instructions. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life. Enter not into the path of the wicked, eschew evil. Depart from evil. It reads, enter not into the paths of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men. Avoid it. Pass by not, or pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away. That is the same saying as depart from evil. Anytime you read, avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, and pass away. That is the same as saying, depart from evil. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. But the path, please take note, Israel, but the path of the just, and we know who the just is as the shining light that shine more and more into the perfect day. And while you find yourself on that path, fear Yahweh and depart from evil, that ye may shine and keep shining until the perfect day. It tells us, if we take a look again at the 8th chapter of Proverbs, which chapter we use to introduce this presentation, I want to rephrase, or I want to say something again that we have already read and then go somewhere. And it is found, what I want to say is found in the 12th and 13th verse of Proverbs 8. We already read it. I want to re-quote it and then take us somewhere. It tells us in Proverbs 8, the 12th and 13th verse, and it reads in this wise, I, wisdom, dwell with prudence. Subtlety is what prudence denotes here. And find out knowledge of witty inventions. The 13th verse reads, the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. Again, Israel, you can't tell me that you fear Yahweh and steal from his children at the same time. It's impossible. For you are reading with your own eyes. The fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. Stealing and lying is evil. So if you are stealing from your brothers and sisters by way of tithes and offerings, if you are lying to your brothers and sisters by way of tithes and offerings, then you can't tell us that you have wisdom and understanding. Nor can you tell us that you fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Thus the 13th verse reads again, the fear of Yahweh is to hate evil. Hate it. Eschew it. To hate pride, and to hate arrogancy, and to hate the evil way, and to hate the forward mouth do I hate. So if people display this, it is impossible for them to really tell you they got wisdom and knowledge, because the things we just read denotes the opposite of fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. It denotes the opposite of wisdom and understanding. In saying that, let us please turn our scriptures to the 6th chapter of Proverbs. For it tells us in the 6th chapter of Proverbs, if we pick up at the 16th verse and read to the 19th verse, it reads, 6 things does Yahweh hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. And what are these things, Israel? A proud look. Don't forget what you just read in the 8th chapter, the 13th verse. But here it says, a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that devise wicked imagination. That's what the earth was destroyed about. Feet that be swift and running to mischief. The 19th verse reads, a false witness that speak lies, and he that sows discord among brethren, are the things that Yahweh hate, and they are even an abomination unto him. It also tells us why we still find ourselves in the book of wisdom. Let's take a look at the 14th chapter. And let's read the 16th verse. And it tells us, we that have eyes and can see, the wise man fears and depart from evil, but the fool rage and is confident. And I have many brothers and sisters, I hate to call them a fool, but that's what the book says, that rages and tell us, what the heck is you talking about? What you mean, fear Yahweh and depart from evil? Y'all don't even keep the laws. You don't even know what the law says. But I do know what Yahweh said. I do know what the wise have said. I do know what wisdom have said. And I do know what Yahweh have said to all man. And we just read it in Job, the 28th chapter, the 28th verse. The fear of Yahweh is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. I do know that. But the people that don't fear Yahweh and don't or have not avouched to depart from evil, they will rage against you when you tell them the wisest thing that you could ever tell your brother. And as it reads again in the 16th verse, a wise man fear and depart from evil, but the fool rage and is confident. And he is only confident to be a recipient of death. Because you can't change nothing that Yahweh said. The scripture tells us in the book of Lamentation, who can say, and it come to pass when Yahweh commanded not? It also tells us, let's go one more good place. Let's try the 22nd chapter of Proverbs. For this is the book of wisdom. And it tells us in this great book of wisdom, if we pick up at the 3rd and 4th verse, and it tells us in the 3rd and 4th verse A prudent man foresee evil. You see it. You ain't going to walk through it because he told you not to. You'll be a fool too because you might get caught up. You might get snared. So it says a prudent man, one that look well to his ways, a prudent man foresees the evil and hide himself. He ain't a coward. He's wise. He's not a coward. He's prudent. It says a prudent man foresee the evil and hide himself. But the simple pass on and are punished. By humility and the fear of Yahweh are riches and honor and life. So let's fear Yahweh. Let's depart from evil and show the world our wisdom and understanding. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Malachi, the very first chapter. We're going to nail this, what is wisdom and what is understanding. We're going to nail fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Not today, forever. Let us turn our scriptures to Malachi, the first chapter. And let's read what it says to our fathers in the 6th verse. And it reads, a son honors his father. And many times in this presentation, we read in the book of Proverbs, and it said, it spoke about the father and the mother. I just didn't want to interrupt what I was saying, but each time we went there, I wanted to say they also was to be feared by you. Your mother and your father was to be feared by you. Just like we, being the children of Israel, being the Creator's children, we was to fear him. Well, in the 6th verse, it tells us, a son honors his father, and a servant his master. If that is so, if I be a father, where is my honor? And if I be a master, and you know I am, where is my fear? Said Yahweh of hosts. This is natural. This is a clean fear, just like the fear that you're supposed to display toward your mother and your father. It's a clean fear. It's a clean fear that denotes reverence, great respect, ready to obey whatever you say. That is honor. That is respect. And that will be fear. Well, let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 111. Because the Almighty asks, if I'm the father, where you at? If I'm the master, where you at? Just like your parents speaking to you. I'm your father. I'm your mother. I tell you to do this. This is what I expect. Where you at? Instead, you're being disobedient. And that disobedience brings forth punishment. And it will denote that you are lacking in wisdom and understanding. Psalms 111. And it tells us in Psalms 111, in the very first verse, Hallelujah. I will praise Yahweh with my whole heart in the assembly of the upright and in the congregation. The works of Yahweh are great. Please take note. Sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. If you do not have pleasure in fearing Yahweh, if you do not have pleasure in departing from evil, if you do not have pleasure and desire to be wise or to be a recipient of wisdom and understanding, then you will not seek out these great words. You won't. You got to have a desire. You got to desire to love your mama and daddy, just like you got to desire to love Yahweh. It tells us, Israel, in the second verse, the works of Yahweh are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. His work is honorable and glorious, and his righteousness endures forever. He hath made his wonderful works to be remembered. Yahweh is gracious and full of compassion. He hath given meat unto them that fear him. Take note. He will ever be mindful of his covenant. He hath showed his people the power of his works, that he may give them the heritage of the heathen. The works of his hands are verity and judgment. All his commandments are sure. They stand fast forever and ever, and are done in truth and uprightness. He sent redemption into his people. We're reading why you should fear Yahweh and depart from evil. He sent redemption into his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and reverent is his name. Fear him. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. You can't tell me you wise if you don't fear Yahweh. And many people say, don't fear Yahweh. Many people have been taught, you're not supposed to fear Yahweh. Yahweh ain't nothing but love, love, love. And many people have died and have went to their grave thinking that Yahweh is nothing but love, 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 and have never feared him. The 10th verse tells us all, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. A good, a great, a good success have all they that do his commandments. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endures forever. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of the law, let us take a look at Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter. And it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, if we read the first 2 verses, it tells us, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh your Elohim command to teach you, that ye might do them in the land, whether ye go to possess it. Why? That thou mightest fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep some, no, all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, that thou and thy son and thy son's son all the days of thy life, and that thy days, look, may be prolonged. It was prolonged from the beginning, and it will be continue with the prolonging. Yahweh didn't say that man was going to live forever. The only way that you can live forever if Yahweh allow you possession of the tree of life. And we heard it out of his own mouth. It tells us, Israel, also, if we pick up at the 13th verse of Deuteronomy, the 6th chapter, and it tells us in the 13th verse of this same chapter, thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods, of the gods of the people, which are round about you, for Yahweh thy Elohim is a jealous Elohim among you, lest the anger of Yahweh thy Elohim be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt Yahweh your Elohim as you tempt him in Massa. Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of Yahweh your Elohim, in his testimonies, in his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of Yahweh, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land, which Yahweh sware unto thy fathers, to cast out all thy enemies from before thee, as Yahweh has spoken. And when thy son ask thee in time to come, and that time will be when you found yourself in your dwellings, in your inheritance, in the land that you possess, it says, and when thy sons ask thee in time to come, saying, what means the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Yahweh our Elohim hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thee, unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondsmen in Egypt, and Yahweh brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And Yahweh showed signs and wonders great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out. Nothing befell us. None of us died when Yahweh brought forth these wonders and signs and judgments upon Pharaoh and all the land of Pharaoh. None of the Israelites died. None of the Israelites was affected by any of all the plagues that was placed on Egypt. None of them died. None of them was afflicted. None of them had to take the shot. It says, and he brought them out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he swore unto our fathers. And Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim for our good. It is for your good, Israel, to fear Yahweh. Your brother ain't trying to scare you. It's for your good. I have said it over and over again. The best thing I can ever say to my brother and sister is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. It is for your good. And your brother didn't say that. Your scriptures tell you that. Thus, I'm going to say it one more time, according to the 24th verse, and Yahweh commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Yahweh our Elohim for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all, not some, not the best we can, not giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. You don't get no righteousness for that. It says, it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all. We read that the Almighty made an oath, and that oath fell upon Isaac and Jacob because Abraham did all. That's why he's a recipient of righteousness. He's not a recipient of righteousness because he's been taught to do the best you can. That would never be righteousness, because righteousness denotes all. So in closing, it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments, whereat before Yahweh our Elohim, as he have commanded us. And if you forgot where he commanded us to do these laws, all you got to do is go back to the beginning of chapter 6, read the first 3 verses, and it tells you exactly where he commanded you to do all. And you are not to add nor diminish from the voice of Yahweh. Only a fool or only one that don't have wisdom and understanding will do that. It also tells us, if we turn to the 10th chapter of Deuteronomy, by the law and by the testimonies. We done showed testimony, now we're showing laws. And we're going to show some more testimonies. But right now we're showing the law. And it tells us in Deuteronomy 10, if we take a look at the 12th verse, it reads to the 20th verse, and now, Israel, what does Yahweh thy Elohim require of thee? Is your brother right or wrong? It says, but to fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to walk in all, not some, not the best you can, in all his ways. That's the only way you can walk with Elohim. You got to walk in all his ways, according to time and place, according to what he has said. And to love him, and to serve Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart and with all thy soul. To keep the commandments of Yahweh and his statutes, which I commanded thee this day for thy good. Behold, the heaven, and the heaven of heavens is Yahweh's, thy Elohim. The earth also, with all that therein is. Only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers. And that's the story we took. That's the route and path we took from Genesis to now. Because it says only Yahweh had a delight in thy fathers to love them. And he chose their seed after them. Even you, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, above all people as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked, for Yahweh your Elohim is Elohim of deities, the master of lords, a great Elohim, a mighty and a terrible, which regard not persons, nor take reward. He does execute his judgment for the fatherless and widow, and love the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. There love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt, as you find yourself as strangers in America and abroad this day. Thou shalt fear Yahweh thy Elohim, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by his name. He is thy praise, and he is thy Elohim, that have done for thee these great and terrible things, which thy eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 people, with 70 people, persons. And now Yahweh thy Elohim have made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude, as he has spoken. It also tells us, we're still in Deuteronomy, let's go to the 17th chapter of Deuteronomy. The 17th chapter. Throughout every aspect of the chosen seed life, it is always told them to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil in every aspect. Thus we find in Deuteronomy the 17th chapter. And I would love to pick up at the 8th verse. For it tells us in Deuteronomy, the 17th chapter, the 8th verse, if there arrive a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plead and plead, between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shall thou arise and get thee up into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, and thy shall come into the priests, the Levites, and into the judge that shall be in those days, not might be, but shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place which Yahweh shall choose shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do some? No, thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee. Thou shalt do, thou shalt not decline, thou shalt not add nor take away from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand or to the left. And the man, please take note, that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priests that stand to minister there before Yahweh thy Elohim, or into the judge, even that man or woman shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. That means you departed from it. The 13th verse and the last verse I will read, it reads, and all the people shall hear and what? Fear, and do no more presumptuously. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to the book of Isaiah, the 29th chapter. Isaiah, the 29th chapter. We're going to teach what wisdom and understanding is. It is none other than the fear of Yahweh and departing from evil. Let's go to Isaiah 29. We're doing good time right now. Isaiah 29. And it tells us in Isaiah 29, and I will pick up in this great chapter at the 9th verse. And it tells us, because I am teaching, that wisdom and understanding is fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. And this fearing Yahweh and departing from evil is found throughout your entire scriptures of truth. In all aspects of the lives of our fathers. Thus we find in Isaiah 29, the 9th verse, stay yourself and wander. Cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink. For Yahweh hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep. Why? And have closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, have he covered, and the vision of all is become into you as the words of a book that is sealed, which man deliver one to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. I don't have the wisdom nor the understanding to read it, because it is sealed based on Yahweh putting a deep sleep upon you and have closed your eyes. And then it says in the 12th verse, and the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he says, I am not learned. At least he's honest. A lot of us ain't honest. We act like we learned and we just giving wrong answers after wrong answers. But here, the man at least admit, or woman at least admit, I am not learned. Wherefore Yahweh said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouths, hallelujah, let Yahweh be magnified, let Yahweh live ever, with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their what? Fear toward me is taught by the precepts of man. And the precepts that your brother brought up not too long ago is Yahweh is love, love, love. Hey, we don't supposed to fear him. He is love, love, love. And the Almighty said that talk is only the precepts of men. And your fear toward me have been taught by the precepts of men. And these men don't have wisdom nor understanding. So they are not telling you to fear me as you should. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures, and also you can find the precepts of man in the in the chapter before the 29th chapter. I'm not going there, but you can write that down, dealing with the precepts of man and not fearing Yahweh. You can find those precepts spoken of in Isaiah the 28th chapter. If you look at that, read the 7th to the 13th verse. But for right now, I would like the listening audience to turn their scriptures to the book of Hosea. The book of Hosea, the 10th chapter. We got a couple more chapter and verses to go to, and we're done. Let us turn our scriptures to Hosea, the 10th chapter. And it tells us again, for those that have constantly read throughout the book of Hosea, it tells us in the book of Hosea, the 10th chapter. get there. And it tells us in this great chapter of Hosea, if we read the first 5 verses, and it reads, Israel is an empty vine. He brings forth fruit into himself, according to the multitude of his fruit. He hath increased the altars, according to the goodness of his land. They have made goodly images. So the more Yahweh blessed them, the more they disobeyed. Their heart is divided. Now shall they be found faulty. He shall break down their altars. He shall spoil their images. For now they shall say, we have no king, because we fear not Yahweh. And that's exactly why you don't have a king. What then should a king do to us? They have spoken words, swearing falsely, and making a covenant. Thus judgment springs up as hemlock in the furrows of the field. The inhabitants of Samaria shall fear because of the calves of Beth-aven, for the people thereof shall mourn over it, and the priests thereof that rejoice on it, for the glory thereof, because it is departed, or because it is departed from it. And what this denote is what we was reading in Isaiah 29. These are the people. These are the people of the north that was doing those things. Same way if you read the 28th chapter and see the precepts that they were using, you will find out that those were the people of Israel of the north. So that's why I included Hosea 9 to give us another example of how those people that Yahweh closed their eyes and all that, how they were not able to proceed because they were being disobedient. They were doing all that Yahweh told them not to do, more so doing what he told them to do. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, these words. If we pick up at the 5th verse of Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, it tells us, we that have eyes and can see, thus said Yahweh, cursed be the man that trust in man, that trust in man precepts, that trust man and how he tell you how to fear Yahweh. Well, no, he don't worry about that. He don't care about that. Long as you love him, long as you keep the 2 commandments, the 2 greatest commandments. The scripture says, thus said Yahweh, cursed be the man that trust in man, that make flesh his arm. Not the spirit of Yahweh his arm, but that make flesh, man, the soul, his arm, and whose heart depart from Yahweh. The Almighty said, depart from evil, not depart from him. For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good comes, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in a salt land, and not inhabited. But it tells us in the 7th verse, blessed is the man that trusts in Yahweh, and whose hope Yahweh is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spread out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat comes, but her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. The heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. Who can know it? It tells us, I, Yahweh, search the heart. You want to know who can know it? I, Yahweh, search the heart. I try the ruins, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doings. And Yahweh know if you got wisdom and understanding or not, just like he know if you fear him and depart from evil or not. It tells us, as the partridge sit on eggs and hatch them not, so he that get riches and not by right shall leave them in the midst of his days. And that's what each and every one of our brothers and sisters do that collect tithes. The Almighty leave that mess in the midst of them when he take them out. They don't take that with them. It tells us, and then those that's left, they fight over it like buzzards or vultures. They fight over what's left that your brother left from that which he stole. It tells us, Israel, and at his end shall be a fool. The 12th verse reads, a glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. Yahweh, the hope of Israel, all that forsake thee shall be ashamed, and they that depart from me shall be written in the earth. Why? Because they have forsaken Yahweh, the fountain of living waters. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, back to the books of wisdom. And it tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, and I would like to pick up at the 11th verse. And it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 8th chapter, the 11th to the 13th verse, and it reads in this wise, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil, because you're not being punished speedily. That's the only reason why our brothers and sisters keep on saying Shabbat Shalom today. If the Almighty would come and punish them speedily, you wouldn't hear nobody talking about Shabbat Shalom, because you would be punished, or you would have been punished for it. Well, the scriptures, the book of wisdom is telling us in the 11th verse, because sentence against an evil work, the scripture says, he that defiled the Sabbath should die. That's an evil work. So he was supposed to die. Well, we know ain't nobody died. Thus, the 11th verse are allowing us to know, because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore, the reason why the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. The 12th verse reads, though a sinner do evil 100 times, because he ain't being punished speedily. That's the only reason he going to get 100 times in. It says, though a sinner do evil 100 times, and his days be prolonged, yet surely, without a doubt, I know that it shall be well with you and I. Or it reads, I know that it shall be well with them that fear Elohim, which fear before him. But it shall not be well with the wicked, neither shall he prolong his days, which are as a shadow. Why not? Because he feared not before Elohim. It also tells us, one more place I would love to go while we find ourselves in the book of Ecclesiastes, and that is the 12th chapter. Let us turn to the 12th chapter. We can show this and do this all day. It tells us in the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes, and if we pick up at the 9th verse, it tells us, if we pick up at the 9th verse and read to the 14th verse, it allows us to know that we are always to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. In every aspect of your life, your culture, you was to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. That is the as it says, the principal thing. That is the principal thing. And that principal thing distinguished us from all the other people on the face of the earth. Thus, it tells us in Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter, the 9th verse, and moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. And what is the knowledge? Fear. What is the knowledge? To depart from evil. Yea, he gave good heed and sought out and set in order many proverbs. And I took you to many proverbs to try to establish this point. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words. I use the law and the testimony to prove our point. And that which was written was upright, even words of truth. And that is all we have used today. The words of the wise are as galls and as nails fastened by the master of assemblies, which are given from one shepherd. And further by these, my son, be acknowledged of making many books. There is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. And what is the conclusion? Is the conclusion the same as the start? Absolutely. Fear Elohim and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. And we read in Job 28:28, where it says, and he said unto man, the fear of Yahweh is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. The 14th and last verse says, for Elohim shall bring every work into judgment. Don't think you're going to get away. Don't think Yahweh ain't seen you or heard you because punishment have not been executed speedily. Don't continue to walk presumptuously with lack of fear toward your Creator. For Elohim shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. we take a look in the book of Proverbs, I would like to hit a couple more words of wisdom found in Proverbs. And where I would like to go is the 9th chapter, the 10th verse. Proverbs 9, verse 10. And it tells us in Proverbs 9, verse 10, the fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. It is detrimental that you fear Yahweh. It is detrimental, especially today, every day, but especially today, it is detrimental that you walk with wisdom and understanding. Thus it reads. I'll pick up at the 9th and read to the 10th. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he or she will increase in learning. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of wisdom. And all you that say you want to know what this book say, well, look what the verse says. It says, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. And what is understanding? Departing from evil. Where the scripture says, the knowledge of the holy is understanding. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a look at the 15th chapter of Proverbs. The 15th chapter of Proverbs tells us, according to the 31st verse, if we all turn there, please. And it reads in Proverbs 15, 31 to 33, and it reads, the ear that hear the reproof of life abides among the wise. That means that ear have wisdom and understanding. He that refuse instruction. The Almighty told us at the beginning of this presentation in Proverbs 1 and 7, the fool hate instruction. Well, here it says, he that refuse instruction despise his own soul. But he that hear reproof gets understanding, because he's going to take that reproof and stop doing the evil. He's going to take that correction and stop. The 33rd verse reads, the fear of Yahweh is the instruction of wisdom, and before honor is humility. And I got one more place in the book of wisdom that I would like to go, and it is right. It is the very next chapter. And let us read the first 6 verses out of Proverbs, the 16th chapter. And it reads, the preparation of the heart and man, and the answer of the tongue is from Yahweh. All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but Yahweh gonna weigh that spirit up. And note what he gonna weigh up, that spirit. Commit thy works into Yahweh, and thy thoughts shall be established. Yahweh has made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked, for the day of evil. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to Yahweh. Though hand join in hand, all y'all gonna be punished. Or it reads, though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished. And please take note of this great next verse, which is the 6th verse. And all we have spoke about so far is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And we spoke those words by using the words of mercy and truth. Thus we find in the 6th verse of the 16th chapter of Proverbs, by mercy and truth, iniquity, sin is purged. It reads again, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. And by the fear of Yahweh, by the wisdom, men depart from evil. And when they do, they become a recipient of understanding. Let us turn our scriptures to Psalms 128. We're going to read this Psalms 128, for it is a great psalm to use for the closing of the subject matter, which is what is wisdom and understanding. So I would like to read Psalms 128, and then we will close the presentation with Isaiah 66. So let's go to Psalms 128, read that, and then we're going straight to Isaiah 66 to close. Right now, we should be at Psalms 128. And it tells us something very beautiful in Psalms 128. And what Psalms 128 allows us to know is, they that fear Yahweh is blessed. They that acknowledge Yahweh as his name as holy and reverent is blessed. Thus it reads, blessed is everyone that fear Yahweh. Let me say that again because you don't believe me. Blessed, and this blessing today come by way of mercy, his loving kindness. Blessed is everyone that fears Yahweh, that walk in his ways, that walk like Enoch, that walk like Noah, that walk like Job, that walk like Abraham. For thou shalt eat the labor of thy hands. Happy shall thou be, and it shall be well with thee. And it even falls on the whole family. The scripture says Noah was perfect. The scripture says Abraham was perfect. It didn't say his wife and children was, but it falls down. The blessing, the mercy, the loving kindness falls on the whole house. That's why you're supposed to fear him. Thus it reads in the 3rd verse, thy wife shall be as a fruitful vine by the side of thy house, thy children like olive plants round about thy table. Behold, that thus shall the man be blessed that fears Yahweh. Yahweh shall bless thee out of Zion, and thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. Yea, thou shalt see thy children's children, and peace upon Israel. In closing, Israel, let us turn our scriptures to Isaiah 66. Isaiah 66, we're going to read these first 5 verses and close for this evening. Isaiah 66, verse 1 reads, Thus said Yahweh. And I took you from the beginning. So let's hear what Yahweh said. Thus said Yahweh, the heavens is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye built unto me? And the answer is destroyed. And where is the place of my rest? For all those things have my hand made. And all those things have been, said Yahweh. But to this man, so I'm bringing this to your attention because Yahweh ain't even worried about his footstool right now. Yahweh ain't even worried about the house he told you to build for him. What Yahweh is concerning himself with, according to the 2nd verse, it reads, For all those things have my hand made, and all those things have already been in the earth, said Yahweh. But what I'm trying to get you to see today is what Yahweh tried to get our fathers to see. And he said, but to this man, not the man in the house, not the man building the house. It says, but into this man will I look. And when it says man, we're dealing with Adam. We're dealing with human. So even though it don't say woman, don't exclude yourself. You are included. So many times you hear your brother say man or woman. And I'm going to say it here. It says even to him or her that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and tremble at my word. Let me go back and read that in its totality. It says, but to this man or woman will I look, even to them that is poor and of a contrite spirit. And what do the word tremble denote of this presentation? Does it not denote wisdom? Does it not denote fear? So it's saying, them that is poor and of a contrite spirit and fear at my words. Or many of your scriptures says, and tremble at my word. That is fear. It says, he that kill an ox as if he slew a man, he don't fear me. He that sacrifice a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck, he don't fear me. He that offer an oblation as if he offer swine blood, he don't fear me. He that burn incense as if he bless an idol, he don't fear me, nor tremble at my words. As if he blessed an idol, yea, they have all chosen their own ways. They're not fearing me, nor departing from evil, as their brother is teaching them today. And their soul delight in their abominations. I also will choose their delusions, and will bring their fears upon them. Why? Because when I called, none did answer. When I speak, they did not hear. But they did evil before my eyes and chose that in which I delight not. In the end of the story, the principal thing, it reads in the 5th verse, hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his words. Your brethren that hate you, that cast you out for my name's sake, the same ones say we under the law, the same one that say Shabbat Shalom, the same one that say let Yahweh be magnified, the same one that will care to assassinate you and ostracize you out of those classes because you refuse to follow the lie. The Almighty said this to you that have wisdom and understanding. To you that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, he said this. Hear the word of Yahweh, ye that tremble at his words. Your brethren that hate you, that cast you out, that ostracize you, for my name's sake, says, let Yahweh be glorified. But I'm letting you know now, sons and daughters, you that fear me, he or I, being Yahweh, that is the he, but he shall appear to your joy. And all those that have cared to assassinate thee and have ostracized thee out of their buildings, they shall be ashamed. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. Show the world that you have wisdom and understanding. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And that will be the end of the. We are opening up for comments and questions. 2 minutes per comment, 2 minutes per question. And please introduce yourself with your name and where you're calling from. Shalom, Israel. Is there any comments or questions? Is there any comments or questions? We don't have anybody fearing Yahweh and departing from evil today. We don't have anybody that can answer the question, what is wisdom and understanding today?
Hi, little cutie. How you doing?
Shalom, we didn't hear you. I think everybody is off mute. Do anybody would like to make a comment or ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do we all know what is wisdom and understanding today?
Fear Yahweh and depart from evil.
Well, do you have any comments or questions besides that great comment that you just made about the list, about the presentation? We gave a lot of information, and this information is vital to our survival. And the information we gave dealt with fearing Yahweh and departing from evil. I think I tricked a lot of people when I said, what is wisdom and understanding? Well, it is nothing more than what you just stated. Fear Yahweh and depart from evil. That is what wisdom is, and that is what understanding is according to our Holy Scriptures. Is there any other comments or questions? Or any rebuttals? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I'm not going to hold you any longer. I got a good fight coming up in about 15 minutes. So if there isn't any comments or questions dealing with this great presentation called What is Wisdom and Understanding, if there isn't any other comments or questions, let us all turn our scriptures to Psalms 115. But before you turn there, if you do have a comment or a question, please present it. Because I hate to say or think that somebody wanted to say something and I didn't give them the time to do it. So I ask you one more time, is there any comments or questions? The silence means you don't have any. And the silence I'm going to take as if you have perceived every word that we have brought forth this day, dealing with what is wisdom and understanding. Let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Psalm 115 and close. And it reads, not into us, Yahweh, not into us, but into thy name. Give glory for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. As we read, mercy and truth. Mercy and truth is used to purge iniquity. It's continue to tell us, wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their Elohim? But our Elohim is in the heavens. He hath done whatsoever he pleased. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. And please read with me and understand these verses, because what these verses are allowing us to know that there is not another God in the cosmos. There is not another God in the universe. There is not another God in the world. If you read these verses, and we got many people say, well, I don't understand your teaching, brother, because the Bible said they had gods. Well, read what the Bible says about their God, and you will get the perfect understanding. You will get the sound wisdom that there is no other God other than the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is. If so, how did he appear when Yahweh is the creator of all? It tells us, Israel, in this fourth verse, and you're only going to get this understanding if you truly fear him and depart from evil. If you don't, you won't understand this. It's going to take you another 5 years to get this. It tells us in the fourth verse, the idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. And note the fifth verse. They have mouths, but they speak not. Well, what is the New Testament? What is all these other testaments? If your God got a mouth, the God you created got a mouth, but he can't speak. Well, where do all these words come from? Where do all these books come from? You. It came from man. The God is only the fraction of a man's imagination. It's what you made. Thus, it reads, or continue to read, in the last sentence of the fifth verse, eyes have they, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. So why are you praying to them? Nose have they, but they smell not. They have hands, but they handle not. They can't save you. Feet have they, but they walk not. You got to carry that mess You not only do you carry it, but you got to carry the doctrine. You got to carry the mess that Yahweh told his children never to inquire in. Thus it tells us again in the 7th verse, they have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throats. Then where did these words come from? It got to come from you. It got to come from you and the goldsmith and the silversmith that you hired to make that abomination. And then you write the words. You the witness for that what everybody call it, that devil. That's what he used. He used devil in Deuteronomy 32. That devil. You got to write the words. The devil ain't said nothing. You said it. Or are you going to call Yahweh a liar? One or the other. I'm sticking with the Creator. It tells us in the 8th verse, they that make them, if you don't want to believe your brother, they that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusts in them. How about that? You the God. You the God that you telling everybody else not to. You the God that you telling everybody else to hate and don't serve. That's man words. It says in the 9th verse, O Israel, trust thy in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. O house of Aaron, trust in Yahweh. He is their help and their shield. And then it tells us, ye that fear Yahweh, trust in Yahweh. And that's who I trust in. And I will constantly tell you that your God is nothing. Your God is no more than a fraction of your imagination. He is their help and their shield. Yahweh has been mindful of us. He will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aaron. He will bless them that fear Yahweh, both small and great. For he is not a respecter person. Fear me, and I'm going to bless both of y'all. Yahweh shall increase you more and more, you and your children. If you don't do it for yourself, Mr. and Mrs. Israel, do it for your children. Fear him for them. It reads, ye are blessed. You heard what Job said he did for his children. He didn't know if his children were sinning or not. But he on his knees, I bet you that, fearing Yahweh for his children. And I ask you to do the same for yours. The 15th verse reads, even if you don't care about yourself. The 15th verse reads, ye are blessed of Yahweh, which made the heaven and the earth. The heaven, even the heavens, are Yahweh's, but the earth have he given to the children of men. The dead praise not, I say. The dead praise not Yahweh, neither any that go down into silence. But we that are alive this day, fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, but we will bless Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom, Israel. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Hallelujah, and shalom, Israel, and have a great night. Shalom.